Hey guys, give me a what's up? Give me just a couple minutes. I'm trying to do something real quick. No, what? I love you guys. This is gonna. I know it's late, guys. I know it's late. But I want to talk about this. All right. How you doing, Mabel Brown? Jamie, I love you. I'm almost done here. Actually. All right. I hope everybody's doing all right. You know, I actually got up late, around like 7 o'clock. I've been working like a dog on this channel. Right, exactly. And we're going to talk about that. You notice my shirt, Jamie? So we're going to talk about that and everything else. Yeah, people are bitching and moaning about the... We'll get into it. All right. Oh, hold on. Say hi to Lunar. Say hi to Lunar. Say hi. Say hi. He's like, whatever, Ma. All right, so here we go. Hey, everybody, this is Rock Queens, everyone coming at you live in Rock Home. How's it going? It's Wednesday. What's up, Wednesday? It might be a little wacky, too, but we made it to Hump Day, everybody. We made it to Hump Day. Woo! That's something to celebrate. Today, we are going to talk about Rockstar Games. It's a AAA gaming company. And for those who game, and yeah, Mabel, I am a grandmother. How about that? I also game. So if you're trying to insult me, you're not. I've heard it all. And no, I'm not crashing out either. I hate that term. Anyway, so I just had to say that. I really did. right, so before we start, we're going to pray. Welcome everybody to my live stream. My channel is based really on recovery, on mental health. The only reason why I stream is to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can have a better life without the drugs, alcohol, and they can manage their mental illness in some way or another. Okay? And this channel is very spiritual, but we are a channel that uplifts each other, stands with each other, helps each other celebrate. We celebrate everybody's milestone and all that. So if you want and listen to Queen's Light Brigade, go ahead, smash that follow button. We are growing. We are trying to be a positive light in the YouTube community and the world. The Queen's Light Brigade is trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. So I welcome you all. And for those that want to join in, pray with me. If not, I understand. I understand. Everybody's on their own spiritual journey. Here we go. Dear Heavenly Father, please let this stream be a ray of light for those that are struggling with drugs and alcohol and or mental illness. Please have your presence of love be felt in this live stream. We pray that people from around the world, wherever they are, can find this beacon of light to enjoy our community and see that it's very uplifting, very positive. And please, God, guide us and give us the wisdom to take care of each other in the best way we know how. And God, thank you for the opportunity for me to stream on YouTube, to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can enjoy life, have a better life without the drugs, alcohol, and or mental illness. And I'm so grateful. Thank you. In the name of Jesus, amen. All right. Hi, Fish. How are you? Hi, dog. Hi, Jamie. Let me give you guys a cyber hug. I love you guys. Cyber love hug! And cyber love hug for those that are going to be enlisting in the Queen's Light Brigade today or tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you because it's you that make the Queen's Light Brigade, not me. There you go. Woo! Yeah, it's a late stream, and I actually got up at 7 o'clock tonight, my time. I've been working like a dog, woof, 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 with this live stream and stuff, trying to make it better for everybody. And I still probably have to fix the modding from Streamlabs and all that stuff, but I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. You are such a blessing to me in so many ways that a lot of times I can't express all what I feel Because you're making this Queens Light Brigade happen. Not me. It's not me. It's all you guys. And you should be proud of yourselves, actually. You know? And if you know of somebody that might benefit from the Queens Light Brigade, share this stream, share my channel, you know what? And maybe, you know, better things will happen for them. Like being uplifted, supported. Thank you, Holly. Thank you very much. It's my signature look. Dog says, you're the most inspiration that someone would absolutely want into the kindest person ever. Fishing, good night. Have a good rest. Peace. Dog, I'm nobody special. I'm really not. I'm just human like everybody else is on this earth. You know? And it's not hard to be kind. People choose to be harsh and just cruelish and combative and all that. So, Chris, you want to know how long? I'll tell you. Ever since I was 13. Okay? It doesn't matter. I've done worse things in my life. Got it? So let me introduce myself to you guys. I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. I'm originally from Jersey. I was in a heavy metal band called Vicious Bite back in the day in the early 80s, late 80s. My band just imploded and I was in the throes of addiction. My drug of choice was really heroin and then crack and alcohol. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate you. Much love back to you. Where in Jersey? Denville, New Jersey was my hometown. In Morris County. I lived everywhere in Morris County. I lived in Florida for a little bit with my band in Fort Lickerdale, actually, until they ran us off out of town. So the last place I lived was Landing, New Jersey, right by Apacon. Wait a minute, Chris. My boyfriend went to the Salvation Army in Binghamton, New York. Do they still have that there? The Salvation Army? Long Island, man. That's Diesel City right there. I got a lot of diesel from there. But I'm not trying to glorify anything. I'm not, you know. I don't know where, I mean, I went up there to visit them, but I don't know, I don't remember what street or anything. And Snooki comes from there too. From the Jersey Shore. And she's not even Italian. Sorry, JC. So how was it being a roadie? At times it was kind of tough and whatever, but it was a blast, right? Dog says you're absolutely right, but I've been watching you for a while now, and I just think you're the kindest person ever. I think that you'll be a big inspiration for my life, and I just want you to know. Hold on. Listen. I never thought in a million years that I would be doing this. All right, I was originally a gamer, just doing my thing, but something clicked in me. I see a lot of people suffering and dying from addiction, alcoholism. I still have people back home that are dying and all that. Okay? I see people that are hopeless and they don't enjoy life anymore. I was that way too at one point. You know, I generally care about people, even though I don't know you, whatever. You can ask my husband. I'll talk to anybody. You know what I mean? And that's why I created the Queen's Light Brigade. Because I think people, even if they're not in recovery, if they need, you know, some lifting up, some inspiration, or just a break from the white noise, from the darkness, from all the chaos and shock on YouTube. That's it. I'm nobody special. You guys make the channel. I don't. You guys do. And that's why you should be proud of yourself. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. How are you? The Salvation Army is right down the street. And I thank you, dog. I thank you for your compliment. It means a lot to me. You know, that's what keeps me grounded and going with this channel. And I thank you. Hi, Guns. I'll always be a crack addict, Simo, but I'm in recovery. I bet you know somebody that's in addiction or alcoholism or maybe mental illness. But I think you have mental illness too because you come on here and troll people. Because you're miserable. I've been in this game for a long time, hon. Anyway. How you doing, Clarence? I actually had a friend named Clarence. Spike, what's up? Michael, what's up? Guns, what's up? JC's like, I hope he gets clean soon. My 5 years of being clean, I hope changes his life. Talk to him. Give him a lot of tough love, but support him and maybe take him to a couple of AA meetings or NA meetings. But bring him to a speaker meeting, you know, so he can hear the stories, so he can identify with the stories and not compare. Oh, sorry. Can't do this. Guns says, you just be on being awesome. I wish you the best in your life. Don't listen to the bad people. Yes, I am. Christy, I've been off crack and heroin for since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I'm still human, guys. I still go through depression, anxiety, panic attacks, OCD sometimes. I deal with pain issues. So, yeah. But it doesn't give me an excuse to pick up. Thank you, Christy. For those that just came in here and stuff, even the trolls, let me welcome you with a cyber hug. I give cyber hugs out to show my appreciation and love with you all. Cyber love hug for those that just came in. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the conversation. Maybe enjoy, engage with the chat, because the more you put into it, the more you'll get out of it. There you go. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm just... Bill, welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Dog says my grandpa has a mental illness. He has dementia, and I don't know. He can't get saved. All right, Han. But it's been hard for him. And lately, he's just a little bit kinder, but when he first started, it was bad. And Swipe says Jesus is coming very soon. This is a loving warning. Heaven and hell is real, rather you believe it or not. If you're breathing... Right now, God is giving you time to repent and turn to Jesus today. He loves you. He loves us so, so much. I know Jesus saved me because I should have been dead years ago from my addiction. JC. Or no, wait. Who? Dog. My mom... has dementia. All right, she's in a nursing home back in Jersey, and I was. right. So, I came here in Oklahoma in 2017. My son used to take care of my mom, okay? Until, like, he's like, I've had enough, and he moved to Colorado, and now he's in Portland, Oregon, which he's not really living, he's existing. Hi, Rick, how you doing? Welcome to my stream. Really? Small world, right? I love Tulsa, actually. His order was, Miss Oklahoma in 05. Really? Chrissy, I'm going to say this. I'm 21. 21 forever, baby. I'm 21 with 34 years experience. Jennifer Berry. I had to look her up. Isn't that something? You're from Lawton. Marcus is like, I'm 29 and I'm feeling fine. All right. Fort Sill. Are you still in the service? Or you just live there as a civilian? Or do you work there? Mrs. Sucky goes, yeah, but there's good places in Mississippi. A lot of good places to eat. Argella, what's up, Argella? What's up? Long time no see. Hold on. Argella. Oh, Cyber, I miss you so much. Hug. Wow. I know, isn't that something? I swear. It's mind-boggling to me because I'm nobody special, okay? And people just keep coming and just... It's not me. It's everybody else that's involved with this. What's behind me? A curtain? What? You're in the U.S. Air Force. Yeah, don't breathe it. There's been a lot of chemtrails around here. My husband's been noticing, and I've been noticing a lot. You know? You should look up a channel, Rick, called Monkey Works. Because he tracks all the jets and the aircraft and the military. His name is Monkey Works. Check out his channel. Oh, the sun. Oh, I get it. I get it. I appreciate you, Christy. A lot of people are like, oh, there's Bigfoot behind you. Oh, what's that? There's like an old gnome. You know, whatever. Yeah, Bill Gates wants to block out the sun and everything. And Rockstar says, hey, it's me. Just because you drink stuff and do stuff doesn't mean that inside of you, you're not a good person. I know that viewers boost your name, but you cause us to be happy. I try. I really try. I appreciate you, dog. Blue rain? You mean acid rain, right? Yes, I have pets. I have, we have a tribe of cats. We call them a tribe of cats, and no, we're not crazy cat people. We have cats that are named after Oklahoman tribes, Native American tribes, like Muskogee, Kickapoo, Osage, Pawnee, Cheyenne, Cherokee, Wigwam. That would have been Wigwam. That's a hut for the Native Americans. It's not a tribe. Carrie's like Happy Men's Mental Health Month. Yeah, you guys, June is Men's Health Month. Well, Mental Health Month too. Check on your men in your life, like your brother, maybe your father, grandfather, maybe your neighbor, maybe your coworker. Just talk to them and see if they're doing okay. Because a lot of people around here are having tough times, like, you know, with living from paycheck to paycheck. Maybe they're in the throes of addiction. Maybe they lost their job. Maybe they, you know, can't afford, you know, gas to go to work. Just talk to them. It doesn't cost anything just to talk to them. And believe me, it will make a world of difference. Because I'm from Jersey. This is how we talk. Yes, Argilla, yes. I lived on Lake Apacon, and there was like a lot of tribes around that area. Yeah, what's wrong with New Jersey? What's my favorite? Italian sub? Yeah, all right, Rick. You know, we can't. Hold on. Yeah, they're good. But around here in Oklahoma, they don't know how to make like Philly's cheesesteaks or anything. You know? What kind of cigarettes do I smoke? Ta-da! And they didn't pay me to show off this or anything. These are $9.99 a carton. I'd rather pay $9.99 a carton than $15 for a pack of cigarettes. Yeah. I can't imagine what a pack of cigarettes costs in New York City now. When we used to go to the city, all right, because I lived in Jersey and stuff, all right? So when we went to the city, cigarettes were like $10 or $7 or $8, $9. Because it's my house, I can do what I want in my house. To me, I mean, they're filtered cigarettes, okay? I'm sorry, filtered cigars. But they just smoke like cigarettes. I mean, come on. Back in when Obama was in office, he signed a bill where you couldn't buy cigarettes on the internet. However, you could buy cigars on the internet or filtered cigars on the internet. You know why? Because senators like to smoke cigars. Oh, well. I smoked a lot worse than these. Rocket Queen 71. Griff. Chrissy, this is my house. You know, and people know that I smoke cigarettes. Okay? My husband doesn't. So, how old are you, Christy? I'm just curious. What kind of games? You're 35? Do you have any pets? So I'm going to ask you, Christy, if I said, well, how come you have all your oh, you used to smoke? All right. So you shouldn't judge me on whether I smoke in my house or not, because it's my house. Just like you used to smoke in your house. I can't tell you you shouldn't smoke in your house. Oh, you never... Yeah, but it's still your house, right? I actually do ask if I can smoke in somebody's car. That's out of respect. Well, that's you, Christy. Anyway. So, I misread it. Thanks, Mino. Anyway. Hi, Bam. How are you? I'm 21 with 34 years experience, Frank. Well, good. I hope you have a good night as well. I already am. Yeah, I have children, Christy. I have a son and a daughter, right? I have a son that's your age. And because of my addiction, I lost custody of my 2 kids. I lost everything because of addiction. Right now, my son, who's 35, is living in Portland, Oregon. I shouldn't say living, he's existing. He's homeless. He is addicted to meth, fentanyl, and God knows what else. And I hope to God I don't get a phone call from a detective saying, "Oh, we found your son in a ditch somewhere." And he's seen me addicted to crack, to heroin, to alcohol, okay? And you'd think he wouldn't touch the stuff. But everybody has their breaking point. Chrissy, thanks, Hollywood. It's tough for I'm gonna pull this up a little bit. It's tough for me. The last time I spoke to my son was about a year and a half ago. And he wanted money. Now, my mother, God bless her, used a lot of tough love on me. And tough love saves lives. It saved my life. So I'm using my mother's playbook on tough love. When he called here about a year and a half ago asking for only $50, I already knew what it was for. I even asked him, I said, "Let me see you." He said, "Oh, it's not that kind of phone, Mom. I can't do that." I'm like, "I want to see you." It was against my conscience to give him not 50, $100, because I already knew what it was for. Okay. How can you say that, Christy? My mother did help me because I'm still alive. People today And what you just said, Christy, is ignorant. Because I'm sitting here on this couch talking to you, and I'm alive. I should have been dead years ago. You don't know nothing about... No, I can't say that. Do you have anybody in your life that's dealing with addiction right now? Or alcoholism? He has to help himself, honey. He has to hit his bottom. And you know what? He knows, I'm going to say this, he knows he's in a hell of a lot of trouble. Okay? His girlfriend wrote a restraining order on him. Okay? She kicked him out. You're not being rude, but you're being ignorant. Christine says, I'm an ex-druggie. You need to help yourself. No, I didn't. See, you're not even listening to me. I said a few moments ago, I lost custody of my kids. Thanks to my addiction. I lost everything. I even had to relinquish my parental rights with my daughter. Do you know how tough that is on a parent? No, you don't, because you never went through it. No, Hollywood. I'm Hollywood. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody, believe it or not. You can ask anybody that knows me, even my husband, okay? I get very passionate about my story of survival with the drugs and alcohol, losing my kids, okay, losing everything, and I get very passionate about recovery. All right. That's all, Holly. Holly, sorry. Christy, you said I'm chill. I've dealt with addicts my whole life. I don't think you have. because of the way you're talking. Addiction affects the whole family. What about my daughter? The reason why my daughter got adopted out of the family is because my mother couldn't take care of 2 kids on her own. Financially, she couldn't do it, and emotionally, she couldn't do it. The state of New Jersey does not have an open adoption, but because my daughter was about 9 years old, or no, I'm sorry, about 7, 8 years old, because she was connected to the family, we could still see my daughter with her adopted parents. So I still had a relationship with my daughter. So my mom did the best she could with my son. All right, so I owe her everything. Yeah, it's cool, Jay. It is. Well, Christy, I mean, it was hard for me to relinquish my parental rights to my daughter. Okay? But I know I couldn't give her a better life because I was so in the throes of addiction. I was trying to I was in rehab. And all that. So, I'm grateful for her adopted parents. And when she graduated high school, I thanked them a lot. Like, we used to spend Christmases together, holidays, her birthday together, whatever. And I always said to her adopted parents, thank you. So, but right now I don't have any contact with my daughter because she told me before I moved here that I was the toxic one. Okay? I wasn't. She has borderline personality disorder. So she comes and goes. But when she didn't like what I said to her, because I was trying to be a parent to her, she didn't like that. Okay? So she decided to close the door on me. And so I don't know what's going on with her or anything else. And I don't contact her adopted parents at all. But I do pray that I get in contact with her, you know, that we can rekindle our mother-daughter relationship because I'm still her mother. Thank you, Fortnite. How you doing, Mike? Thanks for the compliment. And Big Skunk, I'm going to say this too. I'm not saying I was perfect, and you have to understand, like back in 2004, I was off the crack and heroin and alcohol. But after 6 months, I went back to the alcohol and all that. And, you know, but I was trying to be a parent to her. But I wasn't going to cross the adoptive parents' boundaries when it came to raising her their way. He passed away in 2019. And he was rarely in the kids' lives. Because he played the victim and he had such a hard life and all that stuff. But he was never into hard stuff like I was. He was just a big pothead. In fact, yeah, I am. There's nothing wrong with being in therapy. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Hi, Rebecca. I'm a foster mom. I have 2 little ones, and I'm proud of you getting sober. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. I appreciate your compliment. Let me ask you a question, Rebecca. What was the situation with you being a foster parent and taking in 2 little ones? I'm just curious. Because foster parents, I'm going to say this. There are good foster parents and there's bad ones. Okay? And we all heard about the bad ones on the news and whatever. But to be a foster parent, you know, it's a blessing for a lot of families.
Wasn't Christy's adopted father a bank president?
High respect. I hope you had a good day. I had a really amazing day and my night is going well. That's good. Thank you. I know Jesus loves me because I'm still alive. And yeah, and also Christy's adopted parents. We lucked out. Okay? My daughter was in the foster care system for about a couple of years. And she was in like 3 foster homes. Okay? Yeah, I can see you, Dish Man. How you doing? Excuse me. So, she was in 3 foster homes. The one foster home, they were going to adopt her because the foster mother couldn't get pregnant. And then all of a sudden she found out she was pregnant. So they couldn't take care of Christy anymore. So she got transferred to another foster home, right? And that foster home, they had another little girl with them, and her mother died of an overdose. But when we gave Christy presents, like for her birthday or Christmas, the foster parents would give Chelsea, this other little foster child, Christy's presents. And so when they went to Florida, the foster parents decided to, give us Christy over the Christmas holiday. And my mom gave Christy a bath, and she was really dirty. It was like the water turned really dirty. So she called the school up, and she called DYFUS. Yeah, but she spells it with an I. She was named after Christy Yamaguchi. Wait, hold on. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So wait, Rebecca said, I help keep the kids out of foster care and take care of them before or fight for them if I can. Poor girl, that's not right. Yeah, so they had, Rebecca, I'm going to ask you this. Do you know about castle workers? You know what a castle worker is? It's like they check up on the children that are in foster care, see if they're all right and being taken care of, and they work for the courts. All right. Well, our castle worker didn't do crap. All right. I'm not laughing because it's a joke, and she didn't do anything. Okay. But when my mom, after, she bathed my daughter and whatever, she called DYFUS. Now, this is in New Jersey, by the way. She called DYFUS, the caseworker. She called CASA. She called the school. And it was funny because Christy's adopted mom was her school counselor. Okay? I think we all do, Christy, to a certain extent. But when I was in addiction and everything else and stuff, I mean, my mom did a lot of tough love on me. And was I mad at her for giving me a lot of tough love? Hell yeah, I was. But not now, because I'm still here. I'm still living. So back to Christy. So her school counselor was her adopted mom. And so she felt sorry for Christy. So we got her out of that one foster care and put her with her school counselor. And then they adopted my daughter. So, and we lucked out. with the adoption process, because the adoptive father works for, well, he used to be a vice president at J.P. Morgan and Chase in New York, and the adoptive mom was the school counselor. Hey, Mama Bunny, hippie hop, 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 hop. I'm going to give everybody a cyber hug. I think we all need it. Cyber love hug. You guys are awesome. I love you very much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. Hi, Toasty. All right. So Rebecca says they meet the child once. They want to go to court on the child's behalf. No child deserves that. They don't know the family or nothing. I go into court. I tell you tell them off. I'm sorry. I don't care. I love everyone. But CASA workers are also volunteers. They're not even being paid for it. So, but in New Jersey, Rebecca, with the family courts, when it comes to adoption and everything else, they have a family review board. Okay, and so that panel is all made out of volunteers. Like, they can be like school teachers, they can be lawyers, they can be like gym teachers, whatever. So they're a board, and they'll decide on whether it would be a good placement to go back for the child to go back to the family or whatever. It's all about stability, and they want to find a home. You know, it's all about the child. It's not about the parents or the grandparents. Do you understand what I'm talking about, Rebecca? I know you do. So I went there with this child review board while I was in rehab. So, they would ask me questions and say, well, how are you doing in rehab? And they even did they even had an independent psych doctor for the state to come interview me. And it's very funny, Rebecca. One of the women that was on this child review board, it was Sean's Head Start teacher. And it was actually my friend's sister. So when I saw her, I was like, oh my God. But she can't say anything to anybody else and stuff because, but I told them, I said, just give me more time, I'll get out, I'll work, I'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. It really wasn't, because she didn't really know Christy. I mean, she knew us, but worked out for the best, Rebecca. It really did. But it was. I'll tell you a story. I was in rehab. I got out. Right. I relapsed. Oh no! Wait, hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. I'm. Rebecca's like, they should never allow anyone who knows you to be a part. They keep kids to keep the money coming in. I promised you this. I'm glad it went good though. No, in New Jersey, in the state of New Jersey, foster kids can't be in foster care for a little over 18 months. Or a little bit more than that. They want permanent placement. You know what I mean? And so so when it came time for me to relinquish my parental rights with my daughter, I was still in rehab. I had my own lawyer. You see? $12 months, yeah. Every state's different. A lot. So here I was in rehab. I had my own lawyer because I wanted to go to trial. And my daughter had her own lawyer. And she was a recovering alcoholic herself because when I was in rehab, she actually spoke at a speaker meeting. It's just weird how it all worked out, right? And she talked to me. She said, listen, what they put in that report is all wrong. You know, most of it's false. And I know why you're going to trial because you're trying to clear your name and better your name, whatever, right? And so sorry. So, sorry, Rebecca and everybody. Sorry. Hi, Corey. What's up, brother? I love you. And did you ever read my email I sent you? I love it, Carney. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. You know that. I hope you're doing well. Well, it's all about a process, Lynn. They really have to vet out parents, like, you know, if you were ever in jail or whatever, you know what I mean? They have to. You know? They really have to. Oh, all right, wait. Rebecca says, yes, every state does. You're right. The CPS workers really want to put kids back in their families. Don't be sorry. Sorry, I'm sure it's hard. I forget. Her name was Sandy. The DIFAS worker was named Sandy, okay? beautiful woman, and she was all for me. She was trying to work with me. I even visited Christy. They allowed me to have visits, okay, with my mom and Sean, okay. But what really sucked was it was only for 2 hours inside the DIFA's office. You know what I mean? But back to the one story I really want to get at. I was in rehab. I had my own lawyer, okay? And that particular day, I was going to sign my rights away, my parental rights away. So my lawyer picked me up, went to the court, and we had to wait outside the courtroom. All right. So I've been at courthouse a lot back in my addiction and all that stuff. So a lot of sheriff's officers like, well, what are you doing here? And whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Right? So it was almost time for us to go in the courtroom. So I said to my lawyer, I said, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. I walked right out of that courthouse, down the street to Hollow in Morristown, New Jersey, which is a few blocks away, and just got high. I did not want to sign that paper. I did not want to go in front of that judge. And I know it made things worse on my part, okay? But I felt like a failure. Because tying your life away, your daughter away, that means you're a failure. And I don't want to accept that. So for a week, I got high with friends and whatever, and I'm surprised I didn't overdose. And at that time, if I overdosed or whatever, I didn't care, because I felt like a failure. I finally went back to rehab. And I had to go back to sign my parental rights away. In reality, I couldn't give my daughter a better life. Okay? And I want her back. I really want her back. And I'm sorry. Oh, where's my... Oh my God. I I thought I expect this. I thought I very much accepted this, which I have. And when I talked about this now, I'm like, I don't know what. Oh my God. I love my daughter. And it was because of drugs that I still feel like I'm paying for it because my daughter, she has her issues, so does my son, okay? I take full responsibility for their issues, okay? I really do. And I tried so hard, even like when Christy got adopted out of the family, we still had Christmases together. I have video of how, we were so happy, she was away, a part of another family, which we were grateful for. You know what I mean? And I couldn't understand why she texted me what she texted. Just because she didn't like what I had to say and was trying to be a parent to her, okay? And my God. And what makes this worse is my daughter got pregnant, okay, with a guy that was 41 years old, okay, and now her adopted parents are raising my grandbaby, okay. So there's a pattern there. You understand? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying. Oh, I need a tissue. I don't even know where. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just trying. All right, so Rebecca says it's the devil. He's very much alive. He preys on us, and he will come to us and keep us hurting. You will never stop loving your children. Call them and tell them you love them, babe. I don't even know Sean's number. I don't even know her number. You know what I mean? And Chrissy said to me at times, well, you made me feel uncomfortable. How? If I showed you some videos of Chrissy on holidays with us or whatever, she didn't look uncomfortable around me. And I think when she had counseling after being adopted, I think it was the adopted mother's friend that counseled her, and she didn't make any breakthroughs with Christy. You know what I mean? And oh my God. I apologize. I'm not afraid to cry on camera, okay? You're gonna see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity, okay? Because people have... We have to break the stigma of addiction and alcoholism and mental illness. And people have to realize too that a lot of addicts need tough love, and addicts and alcoholics are real good people, because I truly believe if the drugs weren't involved or anything, I would be a good parent. I know that for a fact, and it just... I thought I dealt with all this. I thought I pretty much accepted this. I miss my kids on Christmas or holidays, okay? I do. Lynn says, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. It's bad enough to live with it in your heart every day, but then you have these people still judging you. No, they're just ignorant, okay? They are miserable in their own lives. All right? That's what it is. It's all for their validation, because they don't get validated in their life, in real life. Or maybe they see something in me that they're like, wow, I wish I could be like that. You understand what I mean? Because I used to be the same way with people in the program and of AA. Wow, I wish I had that. You know what I mean? And Christy's like, well, the fact you're this upset shows how much you love your kids. Oh, thanks, Rebecca. I appreciate that. I'm okay. No, listen. I just want to say one thing. All right. I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004. Alcohol since 2011, okay? And I go through my depression, anxiety, panic attacks, or whatever, okay? Yes, I am in therapy. But the only reason why I stream is to help people that are struggling with drugs, alcohol, or some kind of mental illness, so they don't go through what I went through. That's the only reason why I stream. I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame. I don't want to be called an influencer. No. I don't do it for those three reasons. I do it because more and more people are getting addicted. They're committing suicide. The world is so flippant now where people are confused. Thank you, Big Ann. That's the only reason why I stream. That's why I create the Queen's Light Brigade, so we can create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness of the world. And I know we're not going to get all the darkness of the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. A lot of people on YouTube, they scroll and they find a lot of negativity, a lot of shock value, a lot of misinformation, and all that stuff. And people want real connection. Okay? They want to be heard. They want to be listened to. They don't want to be a part of negativity and whatever. You know? And from what I'm trying to build and stuff, we're building a community of positivity where we stand with each other, we lift each other up, we celebrate everybody's milestones, whether they're in recovery or maybe they haven't been depressed in months. Christy, I just want you to know that God is definitely proud of you for your recovery. I should have been dead years ago, Christy. Okay? Especially after relinquishing my parental rights with my daughter. Okay? Rebecca's like, we're in this together. I don't care how far you are. We are. People need to stand together. Well, I don't know if I did it or not, Dish. But I was going to talk about GTA. That, and it turned out to be this, right? Roller Skater, what's up? It stays with you forever in various ways. God allows us to repent, show remorse, make amends, whatever possible, and keep moving forward. That's the 5th step, making amends to people. Like my daughter, and I'm going to say this too, okay? The last Christmas my daughter and I spent together, it was with her boyfriend, it was with my grandbaby, Iris. She was so cute, And I told Christy, I want to be a part of your life. I want to be a part of the grandbaby's life. I want to be a part of Iris's life. All that stuff. And here we're smoking a cigarette outside my mom's house. And she's like, yeah, I would like that. And we hugged and everything else and stuff. And then months later, before I came here, she's totally opposite. She's just like 360. I was like, what? I'm the one that's toxic and all that. Never mind. But yet, she didn't have custody of her daughter, my grandbaby. Like I said, it's a pattern. her adopted parents, I don't know if they adopted Iris or not. I don't know and stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? But Roller Skate says, "You're a lovely woman. I appreciate you and what you're doing for other folks. Thank you." When people come on here, you know, and sometimes and a lot of them troll, all right, but sometimes they troll or whatever, or I'll bark back at them, I guess, in my own Jersey voice or whatever. But there's some that, will just give me a little troll, comment, whatever. And sometimes they'll retract what they said and say, "Hi, I never seen a channel like this before." Do you understand what I'm saying? You know what? Because they're so used to negativity on YouTube. I wish I knew I would fight for her, because I don't like seeing kids in the system. I don't either. There was a huge, back in the early 2000s, I think, there was a huge national case with DIFUS with 4 kids, and I think they were from Camden, okay? And everybody thought they were a lot younger than they were, because they were malnourished and everything, okay? Even in Oklahoma here, there's been cases with, CPS. It has to be reformed. And so when I see that on the news, of course that affects me. When I see certain news stories from New Jersey, it still affects me in a way. I'm doing rocktastic. How are you? But there are people that come in and say, I'm struggling with drugs. I'm struggling with pills and stuff. It's like, but I've had 4 years of clean time or whatever, right? And so, not just me, the Queen's Life Brigade, we try to uplift people. We try to support them, encourage them to get help, or they can still get themselves sober. You know what I mean? But like I said, on this channel, you're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly crying, the insanity. But we're a lot of fun to be around with too. Right, guys? Right, Toasty? Right, Dishpan? I feel better. I do, but sometimes, it's like grief, right? It comes in waves. You think you've accepted somebody's death, and then years later, something clicks and it starts that process again. So Rebecca is like, I agree, it's so hard, and just like the battered woman places, the system has become a disaster. Hell yes, let's get it. How many cats do I have? I have 7 plus 3 outside. And I told you, they're all named after Oklahoma Indian tribes. Yeah, I had a friend back in the 90s that had to go to a woman's shelter. Okay? And this woman's shelter was in West Milford, New Jersey. And it was called Save Our Sisters. SOS. Save Our Sisters. And the woman who ran it, and I had nothing against this, she was a lesbian. Okay? I had nothing against gays. No, I had, all right. But they were doing it for the government money. I think they were even on the Montel Williams show at one point and stuff. But they kept pushing for these women to get on food stamps, to help out with the food in that house and everything. I don't know if it's still around or not. But, yeah. I'm all for women that need a place to go. If they don't have family or friends to go to, I'm all for that. All right? They need protection, and and they need counseling more than anything. But my son's girlfriend, or I should say ex-girlfriend now, she was originally from Florida. And Sean and her met on the internet. I think on YouTube. I don't even know, really. So Claire moved from Florida to Portland, and I mean, they were trying to make a life for each other and whatever, okay? But then Sean got involved with drugs. And he lost his job wherever he was working. He was working at Fred Meyer, I think. All right. And so the drugs were getting bad and all that stuff. He was emotionally abusing his girlfriend, and eventually she kicked him out. And I don't blame her, okay? So a few months ago, she messaged my husband saying, "Is this Vicky? This is Claire, Sean's girlfriend," and all that. And so I talked to her, and she's like, Sean's on drugs. He's on meth, fentanyl, and God knows what else and whatever. And she couldn't take it anymore. She kicked him out. I don't blame her. And she eventually wrote a restraining order. Actually, we were doing FaceTime and stuff, and Sean was ringing the doorbell trying to get in. And she said, he's trying to get in the house, in the apartment. So I said, well, call the cops. She called the cops, and I called the cops. And I'm here in Oklahoma, right? And so I called the cops, and, I was talking to the Portland Police Department's dispatcher, and I said, well, I'm his mother, and stuff, but can you tell me if, you got him? And so, yeah, I was cute. And so, and my parents were divorced too by the age I was 3. But anyway, so, the officer called me back, said, yeah, we can't find him, because if they caught him, they would do a psych test on him and try to get him help, like put a 5150 on him, and they couldn't find him. And then the next week, it was the same thing, and that Monday, that's when she decided to file a restraining order on him. But I felt like it was morally right to support her also. You know, and she's making her life for herself. She's still working, whatever, but she's still dealing with the aftermath Sean did to her, like emotionally abused her and whatever. You know, she's a lovely girl. You know, and stuff. So, anyway, so I was gonna talk. All right. So first of all, I want to just give everybody a cyber hug and thank you for being here. I truly appreciate each and every one of you and stuff. And I'm glad that you got through the crying fest, the ugly crying fest that I did. I appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you very, very much. Cyber love hug. You get, oops. Wait till I tell my counselor this. Oh, like bird. Oh, man. And I didn't expect that. I write because I would. You can ask this man. He knows me. I'll talk about anything, you know. And I'll talk about my daughter or whatever. I'll talk about Sean. And please, and I'm gonna say this. Can you please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my son Sean, who's still existing in Portland, and hopefully he'll get the help that he needs. Rebecca says these shelters and in CPS and all these places are becoming more and more with sex trafficking. I believe that too, actually. A battered woman. And this stuff needs to change. I know God had crossed paths with you for a reason. I love you, Toasty. Lady Dion says you're a strong mom. You did the right thing even when it felt wrong. Much love back to you. It's hard. And for even like I'm gonna say this. Mother's Day for me is just another day. I hate to admit that, but it is. But I'm going to tell you one little other story that you might find interesting. Sean was about 8 years old. Okay? And I was still in my addiction, whatever, but I spent time with Sean as best as I could. Okay? Because I would say, oh, I'll go to your baseball game and I'll make a left turn to the dope man. Oh, I had best intentions, okay? Well, this one weekend, my mom had to go to the store, right? And so she went in the store to get some things. And Sean was in the back, I was in the front, and he said to me, Mom, this is his exact words. He says, Mom, I feel like you're my big sister more than my mom. Bam! Out of the mouths of babes. I felt that way too at times. When my mom spoiled Sean, and I'll admit she did, and she won't admit it, and even Sean won't admit it at times, she would say to me, oh, Vic, you're just jealous. I'm like, no, Mom, he doesn't need that many clothes for school. But I'm just jealous, right? But anyway, I have him and your daughters in my prayers, and you too. Nothing is easy. You're a fighter. I may be a troll, but I love you all, even a dirty dishpan. Did you? Come on! Don't do that. To Toasty. How old? I was 20. My marriage lasted for 4 years. Okay? And I had my son and my daughter 13 months apart. To the day, it's the hour. It was just, and I only had 4 hours of labor with them both. I'm going to say this. My first marriage was a marriage of convenience. Okay? And I think a lot of people can relate to this. Where it was like pretty much a shotgun wedding. Okay? So, we only lasted for 4 years. And so, but he was never into the drugs. He only smoked crack. He only smoked crack with me once, and he didn't like it. Okay, but with me, woo, But yeah, Lynn, is that something? Yeah, I mean, my daughter's adopted parents are raising my grandbaby Iris, and she's she's a spin image of her father. Okay, but what was kind of funny was when I had my last Christmas with Christy, my mom, Sean, and baby Iris and whatever. My daughter, there's something off with her. And George, that's my daughter's boyfriend at the time or whatever. He would feed her the bottle. He would, clean her dirty diaper. Whatever. And she just, it was like she didn't really bond with Iris. And you know how that is because of postpartum depression. Well, let me see. I'm trying to think. I think when we were living in Bloomingdale at the time. And I think I had postpartum depression. I know I did. Because I had the two kids close together. And so I wasn't doing well, and I picked up the drugs again. My husband was working for a styrofoam company that actually my father-in-law got him that job. Good paying money. Thank you, Jay. So, but I just let go the kids, like, And so, before the courts were involved, my ex-in-laws and my mom decided to take the two kids. And my in-laws, they were still working at a facility called BASF in Parsippany, right? And my mom was taking care of my grandparents. So they would alternate weekends, like who would take the two kids together and, you know, all that. But then, after my grandparents died, especially after my grandma died, the Duggar, I can't say, my in-laws said to me, oh, well, we'll give you back Christy. Without the courts, okay? And that was a bad idea. But they pretty much bribed me, in a way, by saying, oh, well, we'll take care of your electric bill, your phone bill, your cable bill, and we'll give you some groceries if you need it, and and all that stuff. You just have to take care of the rent. Well, that was a disaster because I had a lot of traffic coming in and out of that house. And yeah. So that's why DIFAS was involved. You see? My adopted daughter was hell on wheels. My granddaughter was just like her. My grandson was an angel, though. I got through it somehow. Yeah, my mom would say the same thing. Thank God for the kids. Thank God for Sean, because she had to deal with both of her parents dying within 4 months of each other. And that's what kept her going. I'm thankful for my mother, because she went through hell and back with me. God bless you, Lynn. God bless you. My mom's 83. And right now she's back home in Jersey in a nursing home. My daughter's adopted parents are like my mom's age, or a little less, like 70-something. And it's hard because they get tired a lot. They want to live their life. They want to, enjoy their retirement, right? Yeah. Yeah, my grandfather died on New Year's Day, 1996, and that was horrible because a big snowstorm came. All right, so we had family all over the country. And then my grandmother died April 1st, 1996. And that was just a big shock to us all. But it's very funny. I'm going to tell you this. It's very funny in a way, because Sean was born New Year's Eve, right? In 1990, right? Okay. And Christy was born March 31st, 1992. But what I'm trying to say is, my son celebrated his birthday, New Year's Eve, and then my grandfather died on January 1st, right, New Year's Day. We celebrated my daughter's birthday on March 31st, right? And then my grandmother died April 1st. It's just a coincidence, I know. Hi, Cha-Cha, how are you? Long time no see. Thanks, Wes. Like, I'm so excited for Friday. I'm going to take what? I'm going to a new lake. It's such a pretty color. That area looks pretty. Well, I wish I could go with you. Lynn says I'm a lot slower now, but remodeling a house. Rebecca says, yes, the two babies have kept me sane since my dad's death 2 months ago. I'm sorry for your loss, Rebecca. You're not coming down. Hold on. Oh, boy. How are you? I have to figure something out right now. Oh, God. Dish. I don't. All right, wait. So, all my people, at any age, okay, it's hard for people to accept, their parents' death. My father died when I was 16. Okay, and I'll say, he was an alcoholic, and I feel like my father is living vicariously through me with my sobriety, my clean time, whatever. But yeah, and I'm here in Oklahoma. My mom's in a nursing home in Jersey. Times are tough. I mean, we're okay financially or whatever, all right. But I'm not gonna be there when she passes away, and that's gonna be, forget it. It's gonna be hard. But anyway, so all my people are gone now. Daughter is in Louisiana. I have family in Louisiana, in Shreveport. Daughter in Florida, and my grandson in Texas. Do you visit? Oh, they'll all show up on Christmas. Amelia, what's up? No, I'm an only child, lady. But my father was married twice before my mom. And so I have 3 half brothers and 1 half sister. I have 3 half brothers that I saw at my grandfather's funeral and at my father's funeral. But I never saw my half sister a day in my life. So if I bumped into her in, say, Walmart or whatever, I wouldn't know. Well, I'm the same way, Rebecca. If you need to talk, my email is in the bio. Just put urgent, and then on the subject line, and just Yeah, you told me. Did you take pictures of her when she was smiling and just eating the ice cream? I told you she would. That's good memories right there, Mia. Oh, hold on, guys. I have a brother, but I can't see him because he just wants more. Yeah, I know. I know. You just have to come off, right? And don't feel guilty either. You can't. But let me give you a cyber hug, guys. You guys deserve it. Cyber love hug! Don't I look a lot better now? I'm like crying. I'm gonna say this, guys. Crying is cleansing. It heals the soul. Thanks, Rez. Joe. Amen. Exactly. I do appreciate each and every one you being here. I really do. And I was going to talk about GTA 6, but I guess we were talking about, my daughter and my son and just, right? Everything happens for a reason, right? That's what I believe. Hi, Chewing Gum, what's up? What kind of chewing gum are you chewing tonight? Wrigley Spearmint? Hi, Scrappy. Thanks, Rez. You're awesome. You missed the zebra stripes. Yeah, that was juicy fruit, wasn't it? I will go in and send you an email. Crying releases the endorphins in the brain and helps lift the weight off. It does. And I'm going to say this, guys. June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. And a lot of men, especially my husband, sometimes, men just don't cry because they were brought up that way. And they hold all this stuff in, like the stress, the weight of the world, their wives' health, or bills piling up, you know what I mean? And my mother-in-law will tell you, well, she passed away in 2021. I miss you, Mom. I miss you very much. I miss your kisses. I miss you. My mother-in-law was like my mother away from home. But she used to say that he, is emotionally disconnected at times. And I see that and stuff. But that's how he was brought up. Like, men don't cry. Don't let anybody see you cry. You're tough. You know what I mean? Toasty. I try to cry, but the only time I do is at funerals. When my mother-in-law died, she didn't. First of all, she just wanted just to be buried. She didn't want to be laid out or whatever. But I told the family to do that just to put closure for us all, right? And so we were there at the funeral home, at the wake and whatever. And my niece-in-law made her a card, okay? And she put it in the casket, whatever. She and just put it in the casket, right? And I saw one little tear coming from his eye. Okay? Death is sure nothing to be sad about. I've had a lot of friends that I used to use would die from ODing or just, from suicide or whatever, but and I do believe in an afterlife. I was raised Episcopalian. I'm a pisser. But, yeah. I lost an average of 9 friends a year ago. Died from drugs. It's the ones left behind that hurt. Amia says, death is the ultimate destination. The journey of living is the best thing God gave us. Sometimes the goal you want to achieve is good, but the journey you went through to achieve that goal is more beautiful. Amen! Amia, oh my God. I call everybody, I'm going to say this. Amia is like our spiritual advisor. Right, Amia? Beautiful. I'm going to give you a cyber hug. I had to. I love you, Amia. Cyber love. Hug. I love you. You know that. Toasties, like my counselor says, has said that I mentioned my friends. I mentioned them as my friends that didn't die. Rebecca's like, it's always okay to cry. I know we all go through the next stage. I had 76 people pass in 1 year. It's been difficult. Amen. Yeah. When I was 16, my father died. And it was a shock. Actually, grandfather died the year before that. Okay? Here I'm going through all my problems and whatever, because my father is dying and whatever. And here, my grandfather, his father passes away. Pop. And that was surreal in itself. You're all worth it. You matter. I love you. Well, I love you too. You know that. And God puts people in our lives for a reason. God puts situations in our lives for a reason, whether it be good or bad, right? And life goes on, and like I said, my father was an alcoholic, and the alcohol was a wall between us, okay? And but I will say that because I really didn't have a father in my life. Well, my grandfather, my mom's father, was like a father figure in my life. I had a lot of father figures in my life. But just having my dad not being there, you know what I mean? I saw him on visitation rights or whatever, right? But he took me to bars, okay? So, I feel like, just not having my dad there affected me a lot. I'm not blaming my father for my addiction or my alcoholism. I'm not. Because that was me, not him. And that's right, Wes. Yes, I do know that. I feel you. I feel your heart, my friend. And that's tough. Lynn. Lynn said, I know, I never knew or saw my father. And then Rebecca's like, same here with my dad. As a young kid, we went to the bars as little ones too. And we had fun, right? I mean, let's be realistic. I used to love going to bars at, I think it was what, 9, 10 o'clock at night sometimes. I don't know what time, but you know. And all these people were at the bar, right? But they would give me quarters to put in the jukebox or to play the pinball machines or to play pool. And here I am, like, dancing around, and they're giving me quarters or Cokes with 2 cherries, you know, right? Oh, I do. Trust me. Hey, Joe, what's up? Kiwi Power! Oh, how you doing, brother? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope things are well. Fish. The last time you were here, did you catch any fish? And don't tell me any fish sales. Yes, we didn't know. We're just hanging out and dancing and having a good time. Yeah, but I'm gonna say this too. There was times where, I mean, here I had like my stuffed animal Mousy, you know, like little Mousy and big Mousy, and you know, my stuffed animals, right? And my father drove drunk. All right. He used to live in Middletown, New York State. Okay? And one night, it was really late. I don't know what. I don't know what time it was, but, you know. And I remember him swerving off the road, almost hitting a 35-mile-per-hour sign, and he's, oh, I think, right back on the road. And then he actually ran into a tree. He wanted to show me, oh, this is where I used to grow up. You know, I don't know where. And then he turned and he ran smack right into a tree. There's a few things that happened also that I'm not going to right now, but. You caught 2? Did you grill them? Sure. Doing okay, could be better. My work can go to hell. Take this job and shove it. Right? That's what Jim did. I need a new job. It's making me depressed. Any running from the police stories? Yeah. Oh, no, girl. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Amia I regret one thing, which is that I rejected to see the face of my dead grandma. I just wanted to remember her face when she was alive. But you have memories, and some happy memories. Awesome! I bet that fish tasted good, right? But I mean, how old were you when your grandmother passed away? Hi, Dr. Who, how are you? I didn't, wait. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hi, doctor. How you doing? I hope you're having a lovely evening. You just saw a cry fest, an ugly cry fest with me. Howdy, Lime. How are you? Welcome to my stream. Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade, where we're trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like how to get rid of it. You were like 10 or 11 at that time? Yes, I can. I mean, when my grandfather died, when I was 15, my cousin's babies were at the wake to see my pop-pop laying there in the casket. And I can remember my Aunt Arlene saying, "Oh, look, that's Pop-Pop sleeping." That would be me. You know? But my grandfather loved grandkids, you see? So don't feel guilty that, you didn't see your grandmother like that. I don't like going to wakes either. Trust me, I don't. Nobody does. So don't feel guilty. She's not mad at you. Because I've had messages acting up and not showing and disappearing. Well, it's on me. Lynn says, I did the same with my grandma. My memory is of her baking biscuits in her kitchen. Yeah. When my grandmother died in 1996, April 1st, and whatever, right 4 months after my grandfather passed away, I was still in my addiction. Okay? And so, because of the shape she was in, okay, she died suddenly, all right? She needed emergency surgery and she didn't pull through. My family allowed me and my boyfriend, okay, to be at the first viewing with my grandmother, but she had the casket closed. But in New Jersey, it's a state law where if the family wants the casket closed, the family has to view to see if it's their loved one. My friend owns a funeral home in Denville, New Jersey. Well, God bless her. She lived a long life, right? She saw a lot. And so here, my boyfriend and I we saw her, and I'm like, I wish I never saw her like that. And then we went down to where the casket showroom was and snorted a couple lines. Crazy, I know. Disrespectful, I know. But, yeah. My mother-in-law died November 19, 2021. And I wish I was in my studio in a way, because I can show you a little small video of her last Mother's Day, because that shows her essence. She was so full of love. She was so proud of her family and all that stuff, right? And, she was like my mother away from home. I did. Well, write it again, Amia. But she lived such a long life. And we would talk. All right, she was 94 when she passed. So I only knew her for 5 years, but she really had an impact on me during those 5 years. okay? And she would say, all my family's gone. I have no friends left, because she was 94, right? And then something happened in her life that she never forgave herself for. And that was the death of her first son, Dusty. Dusty was in the Vietnam War, okay? And he came back. And a lot of men and women that were in Vietnam, they never came back right the same way, okay? Because, you know, it's post-traumatic stress disorder, right? They called it shell shock back then, right? But they didn't know anything. I love you too, Frankie. Much love right back to you. But she said to me, she told me the story about Dusty. Now, Jim was about, I think, 7 years old, okay? And she could never forgive herself about what happened to Dusty. And she said, well, one night, Dusty called me, and he said to me that he needed to come over. And she was like, well, Dusty, I'm getting ready for bed because I have to go to work in the morning. And said, get a taxi. And the last word he said to her was, okay. The next day comes. After work, she drives over to Dusty's place, and she found him got his brains out. Okay? Thank you, Frankie. So that's why she was the way she was. Like, she enabled a lot of people in her family. And Jim told me this, you know, because she would enable, like, my sister-in-law, my nephew-in-law, and all that stuff because of what happened with Dusty. And so she could never forgive herself. But the day she died, you know, she had that smile, like, you know, all that. But I told the family, I said, yes, she's so happy to see Dusty and Sherry and all that. But, you know, even though if Dusty met her at the pearly gates and said, I love you, Ma, I miss you. And then knowing her, she would say, well, Dusty, I'm so sorry about what happened. She would still feel guilty, you see? Thanks, Random. Your grandmother made poached eggs and fried spam. My grandmother used to make that in corned beef hash. All right. Sorry, guys. So Frankie says, how easy was life in the 80s compared to now? I hear it was like the best era. It was. You're watching Chips? I used to love Chips. Actually, I had a cat named Chips. Back in Jersey and stuff. Hi, Crazy. How you doing? Thanks for dropping by. Me and my dad had a tough love relationship. Hopefully that gets fixed because I don't want to hold the hate. It was a joke. Right now I had the Chips theme song playing in my head. Dukes of Hazzard. Yeehaw! The Dukes of Hazzard. John Schneider has a YouTube channel. He's married to Paul Sorvino's widow, and they go to the bar and drink, okay? And but when I was growing up, I used to love the Dukes of Hazzard, okay? I used to love John Schneider's character, Bo. And me and my best friend, we were gonna go to Georgia and sneak in his house and try to sneak a kiss with him. Rocket Queen, like for real, I love you. I love your lives. Please don't stop posting. Aww. Oh, I'm glad you find them entertaining. Like I said, you're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, the insanity. So I'm going to give you a cyber hug. Raise American. That was a top 40 hit, that song, Jamie. I just like the Facts of Life, Webster, Different Strokes. Jamie, I thought you didn't watch the Brady Bunch. You told me the other night you didn't watch sitcoms because you thought they were stupid. Well, Greatest American Hero is a sitcom. Yes. Alf. You better watch out for your cats. Alf loves eating cats. Yeah. I like Drew Carey. But when he really got really sick then and stuff, I was like, nah, something's not right with that. Who's my favorite actor? Oh, wow. Right now? I had plenty of them, actually. James Gardner from the Rockford Files. I thought he was cute. Scott Baio. I have a funny story about Scott Baio. Scott Baio has a YouTube channel, and he goes live. Scott Baio was doing the Jerry Lewis telethon, and he was answering the phones for, the Jerry Lewis telethon. And so the MC said, well, if you call right now, and we had to call the New York station. We couldn't call the New Jersey station. We had to call New York. If you call right now, Scott Baio will talk to you. And so it's like, 11 o'clock at night, I call, and they're like, well, Scotty's really busy right now, but he'll call you back. I'm still waiting for that phone call from Scott Baio. I think I had to click on your picture to get information. Yeah, it should be like, say more or if you're not bot. Harrison Ford, Little House on the Prairie was amazing. I watched it in grade school. Yep, I did too. It was sad that the oldest daughter, played by Melissa Sue Anderson, got blind. You remember that? I used to watch Highway to Heaven. How about that? My grandmother and I used to watch Highway to Heaven, and I think they're bringing back the show too. Who's going to play Michael Landon's character? His son? I remember when he announced he had pancreatic cancer, and he went on the Johnny Carson show. And 2 days later he died? Really? Landon. Isn't that something, right? But Michael Landon was actually born in New Jersey. Just like Ralph Macchio. Dallas. Who killed Bobby? Hawaii Five-0. They brought back that show. And James Caan's son was in it. James Caan used to play in the Godfather, Knots Landing, Michelle Lee, Donna. Oh, I forget Donna. Who killed JR? Yeah. But it was all a dream. I used to like watching a lot of game shows like Family Feud with Richard Dawson, and he used to kiss everybody. He actually married a contestant on Family Feud. And a lot of people didn't like it because she was so much younger. And that's why he got kicked off, as host says, on Family Feud. Match Game, that was yep. Gene Rayburn was the host. Hollywood Squares with Peter Marshall. And they don't have game shows like they used to, right? But nobody watches TV anymore. They all watch YouTube. It's all reality shows now. You know why? Because they save a lot more money that way. The real New Jersey Housewives was based in Morris County, New Jersey. Teresa Giudice and her daughter just got busted, was arrested for getting into a fight with somebody. But Teresa Giudice used to live in Montville. I think she still does. And her husband, Joe, got deported back to Italy. I mean, yeah. And, yeah, with Dick Clark. $64,000. I blame Regis Philbin. For what? Wait. Oh, you mean Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I'll tell you a dirty joke, user. Anybody want to hear a dirty joke? Somebody say yes. Nobody wants to hear a dirty joke? Oh, well. Oh, you do? Who else? Sure? No? Well, close your ears then. All right, this is a dirty joke. All right, ready for this? This is a dirty joke. The pig fell in the mud. That's your dirty joke. If you didn't get it, put the VOD on replay. No, I'm not going to say it. Because it's too dirty. I don't want to get banned for saying something that dirty. No. Are you serious? awesome. What? Stop the fun? We're not going to stop the fun because of you. We're talking about good times. About when life was good, when you know, we could go out and play until dark. All right, so I have a question for everybody. Yeah, simple times, right, Westman? Right? Now people what's it called? Glamping? Where they can't really, you know, get their hands dirty or go without stuff. Now it's called glamping. Yeah, we used to catch frogs and put them under a box and then try to catch them again. Laughing my ass off, we were like 10. Or catching fireflies in a jar. Nowadays, you can't even really see fireflies anymore, right? The good life. But when we were growing up, we were so naive on what the real world was, right? And we couldn't. You know, we couldn't wait to grow up, right? And here we are, and we're like, oh my God, we have to adult now, right? But we really didn't have scary times like what we do now. I mean, yeah, there was like the Berlin Wall and the, you know, the nuclear, whatever. But it wasn't like now, right? Yep. Australia! Oi, 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 oi! You're like my cousins from Australia. My grandmother was born in New Zealand. How you doing down under? My grandmother went back to New Zealand back in 1985 before she passed away in 1996. I hope to go to New Zealand. I hope to go to Australia, actually, too. One of these days. But it's going rocktastic. People on here with the Queen's Light Brigade, they've seen the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity. I'm originally from New Jersey. And I'm living the dream in Oklahoma now. How you doing, Pink? Hi, lady. What's up? Yep. I live near Tulsa. You're in Arkansas? You're from the Bronx Bronx Zoo, baby. Humor me, lady. Jersey. I'm glad I got out of Jersey when I did. Okay? Because Jersey's become so woke and all that crap. But I still miss, the Jersey Shore and all that. Rustin? Is that your name? Ohio! I hope you're okay in your area because of the tornadoes. I know Illinois, Ohio, and Indiana were really hit by tornadoes, so stay safe. I know where Camden is. Did Bon Jovi ever rebuild that city? No. I went to the aquarium there. There's a couple of times I got my dope there. Yeah. Real bad area for gangs. Yes, it was. With the Guidos, with the Camaros. Do you go back to Ohio, Lynn? Rusty, no tornadoes in Ohio. Thank you for your good wishes. Well, much love, and you're welcome. Yeah, I know. But Bon Jovi, okay, said he made an album, I forget what the album's called, and he was going to rebuild Camden. He's full of shit. I can tell you stories about Bon Jovi, but yeah. A lot of What about the gangs? I mean, I'm sure there's still a lot of gang presence there, right? So Lynn says, no, I've never been there since birth. Well, maybe you should. Take your grandkids and just show them around, saying, oh, this is where I was born and all that. Westman says, don't forget them. El Camino dope runs back in Florida in the 80s. It's always snowing in Miami, right? It's always snowing in Miami. Cooper is buying up all the land downtown. There's not too many gangs anymore, but still full of dope. One's like, LOL, I don't even know any of that. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to say this, guys. Thank God I'm clean and sober, okay? And I never got into what people are into now. Like what my son's doing. Like with the meth. I mean, I did speed, don't get me wrong. I mean, very little, okay? But it's like, thank God I never did trank or fentanyl or meth or where else, Thank God. Because I seriously think if I was still in that scene, I probably would have taken it. But I would have been dead by now. You understand? That's right. For a long time. Right. But now it's Washington, D.C., right, Ty? Right? I think it's Washington, D.C. Go figure. Ty says, I was an IV user of fentanyl and coke, 5 years clean, and all my friends are dead. Well, congratulate, high five there. I am so proud of you. Just by saying what you just said, it's helping others. Oh, excuse me. You understand that? You're an inspiration. You're a miracle today. Cyber hug. Congratulations. Keep on keeping going, Ty. I love you. Cyber love recovery hug. Way to go. Pat yourself on the back. You know? Sorry. Russ says, thank God you are here to talk to us. You guys make the stream. I don't. I'm just a facilitator. I'm nobody special, okay? I am so proud of what the Queens Light Brigade has accomplished so far. We are building a community, a positivity. You know, and yeah, there's some trolls here and there. What? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because what's happening in the space is our moment, right? Thanks, Wes. Yeah, stay another day. Yeah, stay another day with the Queens Light Brigade and find out how awesome we really are. You guys are awesome. You know, and better things are to come. You know? If you know of anybody, like maybe a neighbor, coworker, maybe your sibling or anybody in your family or whatever, say, you know what? You're feeling depressed. You're in the throes of addiction and stuff. I want you to see the Queens Light Brigade. Because it's not like any other channel on YouTube. I'm not trying to be cocky, guys. I'm not. I'm being humble and stuff. Because people like you want real connection. They want real talk with people. They don't want all fluff. You know, these other streamers, that they do what they do, okay? But they're very robotic and they'll tell you anything you want to hear just so you can give them money. All right, hold on, guys. Wes says, hell yeah, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Jamie's like, yeah. We have a lot of people in recovery here, guys. Trust me. Hold on. Shoot. Lynn says, we need each and every one of us. We are all worth our weight in gold and each other. Well, look at me, Lynn. I'm worth a lot. I'm worth a lot. I'm worth a lot in weight. See, I can make fun of myself, guys. Okay? Yeah, how many truth. They gotta act a certain way. It's why not be themselves. It's what makes us awesome. Yeah, lead weight. That's not. This is not lead weight. It's full of Java Monster. Whatever. You know, sobriety's good, right, Jamie? When you get yourself clean and sober, your taste buds, you know, they wake up and they're like, oh, a hamburger. It doesn't, or a pizza. Oh, it doesn't taste like cardboard. How about that? Ty's like, this is true. I'm a safe. This is true. I'm a self-made barber, carpenter, and mechanic. All through my addiction, I worked for other people. Now I can work for myself. Built my own hair studio, etc. Gained my way back too. Yeah, does it feel good? Listen, I used to be. I mean, I used to be like that, right? Hey, boy, you want to hear a motorcycle? Okay. There's your motorcycle. That sounded like a race car. My hair's a mess. But anyway, I used, and back in Jersey and stuff, like, you know, I would bump into people I used to use with and whatever. And like, hey, what's up? Boy, you look healthy. And you know what I would say to them? Oh, well, you look like death. I would walk right on by. And some of them were like, what? They looked like death. I would see them walking down a highway, say to Wharton or whatever, and I'm like, wow. You know? Yeah. I didn't weigh this much either. You know, I mean, but you know, I love to eat, I'll admit. I love to cook. And yeah, walking zombies. These channels, okay, that go to these places like, say, Kensington, Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia, or Miami, or Phoenix, or Albuquerque, or Portland, or San Francisco. They exploit people, okay? It's all for clicks. And I hate that. You know? Because I'll go through my home channel on YouTube or whatever, and oh, here they are, filming, like somebody on the, laying on the sidewalk or whatever. They're not helping these people out. Oh, just because I have a green shirt? You know my shirt, guys? It says, achievement unlocked. Married Armored Saint. I got this 9 years ago. He has one too. And I want to congratulate you too, Ty, for, getting into your own business. You had dreams. You were focused on getting your business, straightened out and everything, right? Same, I could stream around Camden if I wanted, filming the zombies here, but instead I tried and talked to them and tell them I was there. And that's what you do. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say this. I really want to do this too in Tulsa, okay? But I have back pain issues and stuff, and and the price of gas and everything else is just, all right. But a lot of these people that are homeless, that are cognitive, they're not high or whatever, they want to be heard. They want people to talk to. You know what I mean? They want to be heard. And I'm getting a cream on my leg. The world today has lost its compassion, empathy, respect, dignity, God, I'm going to say God, you know, morals too. Whatever's wrong is right, and whatever right is wrong. Everything's so flippant. Thank you, Pearl. We have the opportunity to change things in the world. We can make a difference, believe it or not. You've heard that saying, oh yeah, you know, one vote makes a difference, or one person can make a difference in this world. Yeah. You're a miracle, Ty. Janie, everybody in this space is a miracle today. We want better change in this world, right? I know I do. Trump is investigating the gas company prices gouging. Don't worry, you're not in trouble, Lynn. You're not wrong. I've been stabbed in the back so many times, I'm surprised I'm still standing fairly and literally. Yeah! Families are estranged just by politics. And yeah, let me talk about this real quick. We don't talk about politics on this channel. Yes, politics affects us, maybe like with you know, like the food prices, or, you know, like the gas or whatever. But, you know, it's like when we talk about politics, it really sucks the life out of the stream, you know? And maybe if I have another channel and all that, you know, I can go on my rockets blast offs or whatever and stuff. I know, and you're not, I'm going to say that you're not in trouble. Okay? You're not. You're not in trouble. Today's global Beatles Day. They performed the song All You Need Is Love live on television today. I did not know. I had to fix Streamlabs too when it comes to modding. But yeah, just like, the gas prices, I was asking Jim about the gas prices here in Oklahoma, where he gets his gas. I think he said like $3.38 a gallon. So, you know, it's sad, you know. And Trump actually did a kickoff to the the 250th birthday of the USA, state fair, and I'll admit one thing. I sat here on my couch. I watched Donald Trump. Okay, and I was so sick because he hypes everything up. All right, it's all about ego with him and everything else, and I had a hard time sitting through that because it was nothing but lies. You know what I mean? Most of it. All right, so Tyson's like, yeah, it's pretty much $5 in Jersey. And Camp, I wonder how much it is in Morris County. Because at one point, Morris County was the second richest county in the country. Yeah, they're only dropped 50 cents here. Should be about $2.25 right now. And Mia says in the World Cup, the USA is top position. Yeah. Go Kiwi. I hate to say it. I love my Kiwis, because my grandmother was born in New Zealand, and I want Brazil. Back in the 90s, Brazil made me a lot of money in soccer, so is there a real place called Armadillo? Yeah, in the US. I played the game Red Dead Redemption 1, and there was a plane named Armadillo. Yeah, Armadillo, Texas. That's a real place. Amia, you should look up San Antonio and look at the Alamo. And that's where Ozzy pissed on the Alamo and got banned. All right. So, Dodger, Blue. You love the Dodgers, huh? You're really cool. Hopefully you'll live forever. Yeah, that's not going to happen, but no. Ty says, how about Oliver Tree dying in Brazil? Another conspiracy. I mean, I'm going to say something. When I played Red Dead Redemption, the first one, I actually cried for a week that John Morrison passed away, that he died. Yeah, Ty, I don't know nothing about Oliver Tree until that accident happened where he got killed. I really don't know nothing about him. I never really looked into him after they just said he died with 6 other people in Brazil. Yeah, it's different for every state and stuff. All right, wait. Ty said he was exposing Antarctica and the music industry. He left his label and made a documentary in Antarctica right before his death. Huh. That's interesting. Did they find like a huge kraken or a squid underneath the Antarctica ice? Yeah, I played Red Dead Redemption 2 also, and I really didn't like it. I think my husband thought it was like a big disappointment. I had to. Is his documentary on YouTube, Ty? I actually a couple of days ago I was watching like PBS videos about Antarctica. A lot of people that fly into Antarctica, they actually fly from New Zealand to Antarctica, and it's an 8-hour flight. Yeah, they found some animals that's supposed to be extinct. I forget what. Yes, it is. Uh, there is an Indian game about cooking on Xbox. I forget what the game's called though. But it's like the first of its kind. It's all about recipes, like family recipes and all that stuff. Actually, you know what? I used to play a game called Prince of Persia. It was like Mario. It was like a side scroller and all that stuff. Prince of Persia, look that up. Lynn says they've been digging around in Antarctica for a few years now. There's a lot of stories about what they're doing there. Yeah, they're doing a lot of research. I was watching this one video by PBS, and there's these scientists that go on the dry land that's not covered in ice in Antarctica, and they'll dig some dirt or sand or whatever, and they'll put some dirt underneath the microscope, and they find little like microbe. They call them animals, believe it or not, micro animals. Hi, Mikey. How are you? I mean, it's like, yeah, the moment I hear Antarctica, mammoths come to mind. Hi, Mama Bunny. Hit me, hop, 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 hop. Sorry, my phone died midstream while talking to Toasty. Don't want him to think I ignored him. Oh, well, my phone is charged. Please send him a message, Queen, that you love him very much and you want to get married to him. In VR, right? Right, Mama Bunny? Amia says you should try Raji. It's a game where an elder sister tried to save her younger brother. It explores the Indian mythology. Well, that's good, Mikey. Well, you better send me an invitation to the wedding, Mama. I'll be your maid of honor. How about that? Well, that's good, Mikey, that you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good night and day. Yay! It would be a pleasure. Life is good, guys. You have to have a sense of humor in this life. You know. Thank God that I had the chance to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys tonight. You know, I should have been dead years ago. And we are a community that really loves and cares for one another. And that's the best that I could hope for. Hi, Robert. How are you? Have you ever seen a Bengal wedding? Here, a wedding ceremony. It's like, I was going to say that. I think one of the Jonas brothers got married to an Indian girl, right? And they had that elaborate 7-day wedding. I couldn't handle that. Just give me, one day and I'll be fine. Yeah. I have a story about the Jonas brothers, okay? Who had a reality show? Joe? I don't even know. I mean, who watched the reality show? Kevin? All right. I don't know nothing about the Jonas Brothers, but I knew they were from West Caldwell, New Jersey, okay? And actually, my ex-boyfriend used to live in Roseland, so I used to go through West Caldwell a lot. All right. One of the brothers used to live in Denville, New Jersey. That's my hometown, in Denville, New Jersey. And I think they sold that house. His house used to be by Valley View Middle School. Right by Foster Farms. So I don't know if it was Kevin, Joe. But you know what? I can look that up. But I don't even think they had that house anymore in Denville. Hold on. Now, I'm going to tell you, I used to live right by the Main Street School. Right? I lived on a dead end called Hall Avenue. And so, but where he lived it was like a newly development of houses and whatever, right past Valley View Middle School and stuff. But he used to go to Starbucks and everything. Wait, let me check that out real quick. hold on, guys. Yeah, it says here. Bunny. Man. Indoor kid was. Did you know the homelessness? Oh no, it's not called homeless anymore. It's unhoused. They try to soften up the word. They're unhoused, not homeless anymore. I'm just saying. Did you know that the homelessness rates have increased to the point where there's over 1 million homeless now? 8 years ago, the head count in shelters nationwide was about 200 to 300,000. Yeah, I believe it. But a lot of people that are homeless, they don't want to go to shelters because they can't drink and do their thing. When I was in my addiction, I ended up at the Salvation Army on Spring Street in Morristown. And I hated it. I only lasted there for 2 days. I got kicked out. Wait a minute. The main thing in Indian wedding or Bengal wedding is how much types of new original Indian dishes you can arrange for the guest. So they can't go, like chicken or fish. It has to be like, I wouldn't like to be that chef. Those chefs. Lynn says, I have one already. God bless you. Well, God bless you too. Now, I found, hold on. I just found Kevin Jonas. Kevin and Danielle Jonas famously lived in Denville, New Jersey, my hometown, for several years, building a custom home on Rolston Way that served as the primary setting for the E! reality television series, Married to Jonas. The couple eventually moved to their other custom-built properties within Morris County, New Jersey, but their time in the township remains a notable chapter in their lives. Oh, wait a minute! Hold on! Danielle, Kevin's wife, she actually got raised in Denville, New Jersey. How about that? I wonder what her last name is. I mean, her maiden name is. Hey, Honky, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. And Amia says, I'm always having a blessed night. I am. You missed it, though. You saw me have an ugly cry fest, so everybody was going through having seeing me, have good, bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity. But we're all better now. Well, I'm good. Here, hold on. Let me give you a hug. Oh, cyber love hug. that I cried, but I thought the topic was my daughter, okay? My daughter got adopted out of the family because of my addiction, okay? And so I thought I accepted it, I moved on, and all of a sudden I was talking about it, and I just got overwhelmed with tears and emotions. And I'm still baffled by that in a way because I've accepted it in a way. I still love my daughter. I still love my son. I want him to get help. I hope she gets help psychiatrically or what, you know what I mean? I always give good cyber hugs. Sometimes you even black out from it. But yeah, so it's been a good stream. It really has. A lot of people, we were talking about, like the simple times in life, with shows back from the 70s and the 80s and but you had a better life, right? Your adopted parents gave you a better life, I hope, right? Let me ask you that, like, how old were you adopted? And you don't have to talk about this if you don't want. You were 7? Have you seen your real mother? Or connected with her in any way, or no? Well, that's a good thing, right? So they kept you all together, thank God. Yeah, and I apologize. I've never met her, but I have talked on the phone and Facebook Messenger. There was 2, unfortunately, that were separated. We all stayed in touch. I'm gonna tell you a story. Okay? I had a friend, okay, that had 12 kids. No, I'm sorry, 13 kids. This is no joke. 13 kids. She had all 9 boys, right? Like she could, manage a baseball team with. And then the last one was a baby girl named Crystal. Before all those kids, that brood of kids, I'll call them, she had 3 other kids. Those 3 kids got adopted out of the family. For whatever reason, okay? And so, a lot of abuse and alcoholism and addiction ran in that family, right? So, all those 9 kids were separated because they couldn't find a home that would house like 9 kids, so they would be separated. And at one point, my friend got all her kids back, but then, thanks to her mother-in-law, actually, but then they all had to be adopted out of the family again because it wasn't a good place for them. You know, and my son Sean used to play with the younger kids. But some are alcoholics, they're addicts, they're, you know, and all that stuff. But there's this one little kid, his name is Tony. And he ended up in the Marines. And he ended up in Hawaii. And I'm so proud of that kid, you know, because he made something out of himself. You know what I mean? I got high with a Maverick. You're from Hawaii. Yeah, but didn't you move to North Carolina? Am I right? Oh my God! Wait! Oh, it's Cyber Hugs! Oh my word! Oh, Cyber Love Hug! Oh my word! Oh my God! I have a good memory. Okay. Oh my God. Oh wow. Yeah. Hold on. No, I'm just me, honey. I'm just me. And you're almost making me cry because when you said Hawaii and you said, well, I love your emails, right? And I'm like, okay, so I'm thinking, all right, I'm thinking, didn't you see smoke coming out my ears at times? And then you said Hawaii. I'm like, oh my God, because we talked about you moving to North Carolina. How's the wildfires in Miami, Jamie? Yep, the one and only Rocket Queen. Here I am. Thank you, Captain. I'm going to tell you something, okay? I had to drink a swig of, well, it's not Java Monster, though, but it's coffee. I try to love on everybody on here. Ask Jamie. Ask Sishpan. Ask anybody that knows me. And stuff. And I didn't expect all this to happen. You know what I mean? With the Queens Light Brigade. And I feel, I mean, I should have been dead years ago. Oh, wow. Don't cry, Vic. Don't cry. Don't. I'm going to say something to you. You can always talk to me. I'm always available. I always check my emails if you ever watch like a video or a short of mine, put urgent, okay? Because I will get notified every time I get a comment or whatever, okay? And we'll figure out a way to talk to each other or whatever, okay? If you get an email from me, and I'm being serious, and this goes for everybody, okay? This man knows, okay? He has my number, okay? A couple other people have my number also. And say, you know, if you're ever in a bind, you just, you know, like they say in the program, okay? Just write out, text it out. Just keep texting, whatever. Or even like keep talking to the machine so you can get all that negativity out. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Your hugs tonight just really just helped out a lot, and you sent an email yesterday. A lot of people don't like my emails because, you know, they think it's spam and stuff. I'm not trying to do that, you know. But, D, is that your name? D Hale? If I mess up your name, I apologize and stuff. You sound like one hell of a person, a loving and caring person, someone with a big heart. God bless you. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just me. I'm nobody special. I'm just me. You know? Loss of commands. Oh, hey, D. Yeah, she really is. Rocktastic! Charles, rocktastic. No, I'm not. Don't. No. 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 I want to tell you this. This was a few years ago. I was in a hospital, okay, because of my back. And panic attacks, right? And so they were going to discharge me. And this woman, and it was during COVID, by the way, right? So I gave this woman a hug. And you know what she said to me? And I was really taken back by this. She says, "You have the love of Jesus in you." And I was like, "What?" She says, "Yeah, you have Jesus in you. Like the love of Jesus in you." I told that to my husband, Jim. I said, when she said that, I was like, no, I don't, no. I get very, I guess it's because of my past, okay? and all that. Even before my addiction, I was a good person. A lot of addicts and alcoholics are good people, you know? And a lot of them are just sick people trying to get better. You understand what I'm saying? Wait, I'm sorry. Lots of commands. I guess I did. Oh, how, oh yeah, she really is. How's your, I'm doing fantastic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to catch up here. Hi, a nice person. Not just a nice person, a rocktastic person. No, you are special. You are very special, full of love. I say the same thing now. We say we're nobody, but we are somebody to somebody. Sometimes, you just don't know what people are going through, and having someone give hugs and love, it's really beautiful. Hi, Mama. Love the glasses. Thank you very much. It's my signature. Maybe hopefully one day, you know, I can put Rocket Queen on there, like, you know, like Ray-Ban, or, you know, or I'm part of the fire, or whatever, you know. I hate warring with my own self. I can't be warring with the world too. Rocktastic. Best of luck. Thank you very much, Opal. And that would be super cool. Am I all caught up now? No, because all the time they say, oh, you have cool glasses. Can you see all those glasses? I'm like, yeah, I can see. You know, everybody comments on my glasses. And they're flame glasses because we, the Queen's Light Brigade, we are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. And in my studio, and all that, is the wildfire studio. That's why, you know, when I stream in my studio, it looks like I'm the wildfire. Rocktastic. Yeah. And a lot of people have been asking me about, like, do you have merch? You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm working on it. I'm, you know. But I feel God has blessed me. I should have been dead years ago. And I was telling people earlier, when I came on YouTube, I was a gamer. Okay? I wasn't serious about this. I was on Mixer. Okay? Mixer is a defunct streaming service like YouTube. And I used to be on Mixer, you know, through my Xbox, and I used to play games and, you know, talk about, you know, whatever we came up with. Like, you know, maybe, you know, the world is in a spiritual warfare. I was telling people about my life, you know, and all this stuff, right? So, Mixer had a program called Embers for All. Now, Twitch is another streaming service, which is, I hate it because of their political views and all that crap, okay? But Twitch had a currency called bits, right? So, Microsoft, Mixer, call their currency embers. And that embers turns into a wildfire, right? That's the whole, you know, get up. It's all a connection there. So, at that time when I was on Mixer, I thought, I don't know if I should apply for this because they were accepting applications. I thought, I don't know if I should do this. And my friend said, go for it. You have nothing to lose. So I filled out the application for Mixer, and I got it. They sent me an email the next day. So without a second thought, I said, well, I'm going to donate all the cash from what I get from the Embers to the Strong Tower. Strong Tower is a faith-based rehab in Houston, Texas. No, I did not go to it. I'm not affiliated with it. So the Queen's Charitable Knights, that's what I called my team. The Queen's Charitable Knights actually raised $400. So that's where all the money went to. So with YouTube, it's some kind of experience. Like God led me to YouTube saying, okay, this is the next step now. You understand what I'm saying? And so I don't even game that much. The last game I ever played was Pibble FX. Ty says, I got an offer to cut hair at the rehab I graduated from. Thinking about doing it. Do it! Do it! It'll be so rewarding, Ty. Just like what I'm doing here on YouTube. It's rewarding. To see people come together and support each other, uplift each other, joke around with each other. Even though we might have differences or whatever, we still get along. And you know what, Ty? It could even help people. Like, you can even teach young men how to be a barber and maybe mentor them and have them have an internship in your barber shop. You understand what I'm saying? I don't scream. I'm from Jersey. This is how we talk. I go through that too. I go through sleepless nights, believe me. And sometimes it's because of my back pain and everything else, and What's my favorite sports team? I used to watch a lot of sports when I was a kid. I don't even watch sports anymore. But ever since Kyle Busch died, I've been watching his son go around the racetrack and stuff, because I actually used to race go-karts at Kettleback, New York State. And in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, I used to race go-karts. Wait. Arwen's like, we always scream in Boston. Yep. Hi, Kathy, how are you? King of Prussia, yeah, I know where that is. I'm going to tell you a story about that. There was an old man with a 10,000 bikes in his house. He was like a hoarder and stuff. Yeah, King of Prussia. Yep. Go-karts. Hi, Chicago. What's your favorite place to get deep dish pizza? I'm Rocktastic. Yeah, this guy, old man, my husband that passed away 15 years ago, we used to go up to Pennsylvania a lot. And he was looking for a bike. My husband was. And he came across this guy, this old man, that had 10,000 bikes in his house. No. And he lived by a velodrome where you race bicycles and stuff. And he was married. I think he's dead by now, but I mean, to have all those bikes in his house. Yeah, exactly. South Amboy. How about that? I went to rehab in South Amboy Medical Center. Went right over the Raritan Bridge. How about that? Small world, huh? South Amboy Medical Center. I'm sorry, hold on, I'm sorry. Oh, you live in Maine, Chicago. Oh, okay. But I'm sure you still love pizza, right? Well, welcome. What Beth says, sorry to hear about your husband. You don't know me. Yeah, small world. I'm buying a PlayStation 5 just for the new GTA. Yeah, let's talk about that, guys. Hold on, because don't worry about it. It's I have to fix the modding. You're not in any trouble. Hi, Sharon. Anyway. Oh, GTA is going to be the best game ever. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Alright, so let's talk about GTA 6. Alright, guys. For those that don't game, see my shirt? You get me on. Alright, my husband and I met on Xbox, right? Can you see it? It's like achievement, achievement, and it says married to Armored Saint. I know it's backwards and all that stuff, but it says achievement unlocked, married Armored Saint. We met on Xbox, okay? And my son actually got me my Xbox in 2014. So Jim and I met on Xbox in 2015. And I made a music video, and I used to play COD a lot. And so I made a music video called I Am Rocket Queen. And at that time, you could put copyright music on your videos with no problem. So he says, nice choice of music, and here I am in Oklahoma. All right, so a lot of people, I'm going to tell you something. I used to play with Ozzy. I was in a band called Vicious Bite, and everybody thought I was his sister. No joke. Alright. So, Ty says, I've been playing one state on my phone. It's similar to GTA. It's fun. I don't play any games on my phone. My husband does. He's playing like an arrow game. I don't know. But he used to do like jigsaw puzzles and all that stuff. Alright, so let's get to GTA 6. Oh, I have to get my notes here. Hold on, guys. I'm getting there. Whoop. All right. Tell him to download one state. It's like GTA based in LA. Yeah, I will. All right, so I have a question for you guys. All right. They dropped the price. All right. So for the standard version, it's $80, right? And for the ultimate edition, it's $100, right? Now, they were saying that if you get the standard edition, you can't get into any other shops, correct? So it's basically all microtransactions. Listen, I'm a gamer, okay? You see a lot of people on YouTube right now, they're bitching and moaning about the prices, you know, and all that stuff. I thought it was all having to be paid through those cards. Oh, shark cards! I'll admit, I use a few shark cards for GTA 5. In fact, you know what, guys? You can look on my channel, and you can look at our first state on GTA 5. Yes, we did it in Los Santos, because he was living here, and I was living in Jersey. So, yeah, we had date nights on GTA 5. He thought at first, he says, I'm not going to get that game because, it's morally corrupted. I'm just saying, okay? But he got the game. I corrupted his mind instead, right? So check out, our first date on my channel and stuff. But listen, I'm a gamer. And when they were coming out with the trailers and stuff like that for GTA 6, and, here's a Spanish woman being like the main character and all that stuff, I'm like, it's all woke, okay? It's all woke. And so now, they dropped the price, and I'm thinking, I think I'm going to get the game. Change of mind, right? And my husband doesn't play games anymore, okay? He'll play on the phone, or he'll play like Call of the Wild, the Hunter, and stuff like that. But ever since my 2 Xbox boxes got fried, in one day, by the way, he even said to me, well, why play on Xbox when you're not going to be on Xbox? And so, he's not into gaming anymore. With me, I still love to play games, right? I like to play, Pinball FX or Battlefield. I am the queen of Battlefield, don't you forget it. And all that. Hi, Claire, how are you? Games cost way too much now, and the console's outrageous. That's why I haven't gotten anything. Fortnite. Now, I'm surprised that game's still going on. I used to play Fortnite. All that. I'm not bad. How's you? Hope you're having a good day. I know. No, yeah, it's free. But there's a lot of microtransactions, right? Like if you want to get the dances or the guns or whatever, that's how they get you. Not bad. I'm doing rocktastic. I'm an N64 freak. I love N64. Well, you can probably find that like in the Facebook Marketplace or eBay. You know? Or they have, wait, you know what? They have emulators that on the computer where you can actually play like N64 games, arcade games, or like, you know, like NES games. Because my son and I used to do that. I got my Xbox for $5 off a crackhead. Ah! I had to laugh at that. Yeah. Off of crackhead after my last one got stolen. Maybe it was yours, right? You don't have to, but want to self-control, but I buy skins. Yeah, exactly. I was the same way with Fortnite. Okay? Actually, the first game I ever played on Fortnite, I actually got 4th place. Okay? And I said, oh, I'm not going to buy the skins. But I want the kitty cat, and I want some of the dance moves and stuff. Right? That's how they get you. Hold on. Xbox just went downhill. PS all the way. And yeah, I agree with you, Wes, about Xbox. When I started with Xbox, my son gave me my Xbox, right? And that's where I met Jim. It was fun back in 2015. They had a editing software called Upload Studio, and you can make clips of your games. Like say at that time it was like Advanced Warfare, maybe GTA 5 or whatever, right? And so a friend of mine, because I asked him, I said, well, how do you do that? He said, I'll show you and stuff. So I made my first video, I Am Rocket Queen, and it was so much fun back then. And me and my husband used to get on trending a lot. You know, because if you get a lot of videos, likes, or whatever, you hit trending, and it's like, you know, but somebody found a glitch where they would, you know, try to glitch the views to get more and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's not like it used to be. Way too much shark cards. Yeah, they do that for a reason too. But I fell victim to that too. I bought like a yacht on GTA 5. I bought like that penthouse at the casino. Actually, I think I got like another penthouse. Or even with the cars they had, right? Ty's like, I play Forza, so I have to stick with Xbox. Have you ever played Gran Turismo? That was a racing game back then. That was a real good racing game. Hi, Cody. How are you? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Babe, come here. I'll give you a hug. I love you so much, and I'm so glad we got reconnected again. You know, if you really need to talk or anything else, please send me an email, and we'll figure out how we can talk and all that stuff. And just you're loved and cared for, okay? And thank you for coming by. I truly appreciate you. Yeah, I give cyber hugs because that's how I show love and appreciation to you guys for being here on the Queen's Light Brigade. Bye, Cody. Thanks for dropping by. Life is good, guys. Life is beautiful, and everything on YouTube is not so positive and stuff like that. But when you come on here, you know, when you're having a bad day, when life's dragging you down, and whatever, I want you guys, when you come in, to feel loved, to feel cared for, to feel seen, to feel heard. You know, to celebrate your miracles, like your recovery time, you know, and all that. You guys matter. And oh, by the way, June is post-traumatic stress disorder month, and also June is men's mental health awareness month. So check on your men, guys. Check on your brother, your uncle, your father, your stepdad, you know, maybe a coworker, maybe your teacher, whatever. Yeah, I do. I do. But you guys are more important. You know what I mean? You guys are, right now, you guys make the channel. I don't. Thank you, Roy. I do truly appreciate it. I really do. You know. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? I forgot. On Saturday, okay? On Saturday, I had to make an announcement. Maybe after the stream, okay? Where on Saturday, you're all invited. All you need is a cell phone is to play Jackbox Party. It's a fun game. You know, I want to really make this a community where we can have a lot of fun with playing games, to forge friendships. You know what I mean? And Jackbox Party is a lot of fun. I played it quite a few times and stuff like that. And so I think it would probably be around 7 or 8 o'clock my time, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I still have to work out the details. So if you like Jackbox Party and stuff like that, let's jack things up on Saturday, huh? Hi, Mia. I'm glad you're back. Come on. Welcome back, Amia. Cyber love hug. Oh, man. Amia is like our spiritual advisor. I love him. You know, he said something earlier this morning. earlier tonight, where I was like, yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Well, you have great friends here, from what I see, little lady. Well, you're a friend too. You're a part of the Queens Light Brigade. You are. You know? Roy's like, ouch! That one was a little too hard. A little softer hugs next time, huh? Yeah, but I'm from Jersey and stuff like that. We love to get bear hugs. I want you to feel it. Seriously. I'm glad that tomorrow, no school. So what are you going to do on your day off, Amia? You just have great love. I found this. Thank you. It's going to get better, but I'm going to say something real quick. I never thought in my life I would start a YouTube channel that would have such a positive impact on people's lives. And I'm not trying to be cocky and stuff. It blows my mind. You know, there are people like me, okay, that want the same thing for this world, okay? They see a spiritual warfare going on in this world, okay? And you guys make the Queens Light Brigade. I'm just a facilitator and stuff. You know, there's a lot of people in this world that just scroll and scroll and scroll. They feel lost. They feel empty. They're not getting anything out of this. When they go on YouTube on a channel, it's nothing but, you know, negativity, shock value. The streamer is so, like, robotic. They'll tell you anything you want to hear just for the money. You know, birds of a feather flock together, right? And so, you guys found your community. You're welcome here. And I'm so grateful for all of you, each and every one of you. Just by you is enough, by showing up. Love, peace, and harmony, what this world needs. You're right, Queen. And God! It needs more God in it. All these governments, okay? Even, I hate to say it, the Pope, and he's from Chicago, from the U.S. He's trying to carry on what Pope Francis wants to do, right? There's something not right with that either, okay? A few years ago, Pope Francis actually was on the big screen at the Super Bowl. No Pope ever done that before, you know? They are? Axl Rose has the voice of Mickey Mouse now. It's all about him. It's all about the money. He needs to hang up the mic. I'm just saying. And Bon Jovi too. Need to hang up the mic. What I call what they have is lead singer syndrome, okay? It's all about them, all about them. Yeah, Vince Neil, and all they're doing is miming. All they're doing is lip syncing. Queen. What am I all about? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You ask, I will tell you. Hey everybody, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. How's it going? It's Wednesday. It's gonna be whacked out Wednesday. We're gonna talk about GTA 6, maybe, or other things on the stream. And I want to welcome you to the Queen's Light Brigade, where we uplift each other, support each other, stand with each other. We celebrate everybody's miracles and recovery. Let me give you my backstory. I'm originally from Jersey. I'm living the dream here in Rocklahoma with my husband that I met on Xbox. I've been clean off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I still go through, my mental health issues like depression, anxiety, panic attacks, maybe a little OCD. I go through pain issues with my back. And so the only reason why I stream is to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can enjoy life without drugs, alcohol, and try and manage their mental illness in some way or another. Because I've been through it. So I see a lot of people just scrolling away or on other people's YouTube channels that are so negative and full of hate for no reason at all, because they're not validated in their life, so they have to troll and all that stuff. Karma's a bitch, The world is seeing a pandemic of addiction and mental illness. I wonder why that is. I wonder. Well, I'll tell you. Because man actually made this new drug. It's been out for a while now. And you know what it's called? It's the cell phone. This is the most addictive drug man has ever made. So, in the beginning, when I did this channel, it did start off to be a channel like this. It was a gaming channel. And for one reason or another, God is using me to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys so you can have hope and inspiration and maybe help those that are less fortunate than you, or help somebody in your family or your circle of friends that are addicted to alcohol or drugs. So, you know, the best is yet to come. And I'm very open-minded, guys. I'm very open-minded. I have, you know, community posts down below, okay? If you have any suggestions for the Queens Light Brigade, or for video ideas, or for maybe live stream ideas or whatever, let me know. You know, you're just as part of it as I am. And I mean that. I appreciate each and every one of you more than you'll ever know. We are creating a wildfire change to diminish darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. There's a lot of confusion in the world. There's a lot of demonic things going on in the world. You know, and a lot of people are starting to wake up, like, what's going on here, okay? They feel it. They don't know what it is, but they feel it. And that's why a lot of these people are lashing out on other people, because it's a spiritual warfare. I have trolls come on here and all that. I just laugh and stuff. You know, I have the armor of God on. Okay? And yeah, sometimes they'll find a couple cracks here, there, whatever. But that's them. And like I said, karma's a bitch. I've been in this game for a long time. Okay? So let them shoot the arrows and ha 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 ha, whatever. So I'm proud of you guys, of what you built. Not me, you guys. And so, on Saturday, this coming up Saturday, I will have it on my community post where I don't know what time, but probably around 7 or 8 o'clock my time. So it would be 9 o'clock on the East Coast or whatever. But if you have a cell phone and you like Jackbox Party, come on, join the fun. You know? So, but you guys are creating a wildfire change. I think people are seeing it. They're feeling it. And all that. When people give me compliments and all that, I'm very humbled and grounded by them, because thank you, Bob. Jackbox Party is like an internet game, and it's like a party game. That's what it is. And so, yeah, check out, like on Xbox. Check up on YouTube. They have, channels that have, like, they've had streams with Jackbox Party on it. It's a fun game, and it's something for us to really bond as a community. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people have forgotten to have fun and have forgotten to to laugh at certain things, forgotten to laugh at themselves. I laugh at myself all the time. Hold on. But so it'll be a fun experience. I promise you that. So we can do other things like that. That I can find to live stream with, with games, interactive games or whatever, so you can all play on it. God bless you all. What time is it? I don't know what time it is. Tell me in the comments below if you're gonna buy GTA 6 or not, and are you disappointed that you have to buy the Ultimate Edition to get all the game and all that stuff? But I'm a gamer. I want to play the game, but my husband said to me, if you're trying to relive your GTA 5 experience, you're not going to get it. D! I have bad luck with men in Michigan. That's another story. Yeah, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Almost 3 o'clock here. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Wow. All right, guys. Listen. I love you all, and thank you for showing up. You made my night. I hope I made your night. I hope I lifted up your spirits a little bit. You lifted up my spirits. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. To, talk with each other, support each other, uplift each other, respect each other. Let's put the word human back into humanity and back into the world. Oh my God. So God bless you. I love you. I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow or not. Okay? But I guess you'll find out, right? So much love. Let's go. Cyber love hug. Cyber good night. Positive vibe. Sweet dream hug. I love you. God bless. Be a good human. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.